field experiments were not continued even after mines were closed?
Well, the Kolar gold field, if it would have been there, it would have been ideal site for carrying out neutrino experiment. Unfortunately, it is closed down. And KGF, it closed down because economical reason. There was not much gold, and the gold prices was not high, so mine was running under heavy loss, so they had to close it down. However, this Kolar gold field, we have something like 1,500 kilometers of tunneling, total network of tunneling. So if you want to maintain that just for doing science, you have to maintain the whole mines. And because water will get accumulated, you have to pump out the water and maintain it. So it becomes very costly, and that is the reason why we couldn't even use it for doing experiment after it was closed down.
So this INO lab which is coming up, it's only for physics or it's for other science?
See, underground lab, of course it's for science, but not only particle physics. So to begin with, we will of course doing the neutrino experiment, but the same underground lab can be used for doing other experiment in the field of particle physics other than neutrinos, like searching dark matter. We know that our universe, we have a large fraction of the matter is called dark matter, something like 23%, and we don't know nothing about that. So we have not been able to detect this dark matter. So this kind of experiment has to be also located deep underground, because it is very difficult to do. Background is high in the surface. So these underground facilities we are creating can also be used for dark matter search experiment in future. In addition to that, there are experiments the geologists can do experiment in such a site. Biologists can come and do the experiment in such a site. Even some low you need certain, for development of certain material, a low background area where such a lab will be useful. So we think in future it will also cater to this kind of research in the areas of geology, biology and other areas. But to begin with, it will be a particle physics lab, and to be specific, we will do this neutrino experiment there.
So can you tell exactly where the lab will be starting and where will be the location of this lab in physical?
Well, this is actually in the Teni district. If you go from the Madurai to Cochin, the Madurai-Cochin highway, so after something like 110 kilometers from Madurai, to be specific, when it is in the Kerala border almost, where the mountains are rising, at that side, from the Tamil Nadu side, we will have a tunnel of something like 1.8 kilometer. Then we will reach below a peak, and that will give us the sufficient coverage, all round coverage of 1 kilometer, and that is where the lab will be located. Though it is be close to the Kerala border, but the whole infrastructure, the underground lab, etc., will be in the Teni district of Tamil Nadu.
So what will be the lab area inside the cavern?
Yes, there will be 3 caverns. One will be quite large. The size is something like 132 meters by 26 meters by 30 meters high. And this is the cavern where this huge neutrino detector, the magnetized iron calorimeter, 50 kiloton weight that we are proposing, will be constructed in that lab. But even in that cavern, it will only occupy less than half of that cavern. And we are making this cavern large so that in future, if we have to expand that detector from 100 kiloton to from 50 kiloton to 100 kiloton, we will have sufficient space already there. So this is the main cavern 1. There are 2 other caverns nearby. One of them will be we are earmarking that for a double beta decay experiment. This is also neutrino experiment, but it is connected to what kind of neutrino particles are, whether it is a Dirac particle or Majorana particle, so that to answer that question, an experiment can be set up, so that is for neutrinoless double beta decay. And then the third cavern is, as I told you, about the dark matter. So you can have a dark matter search experiment in the third cavern. So these are the main 3 caverns, but there will be another cavern somewhere in the shallower depth on the way along the tunnel, that 1.9 kilometer long tunnel in the middle of somewhere, which will be for material processing, so dark matter search experiments or for neutrinoless double beta decay experiment. You need material which has been processed properly in a low background environment, so that site can be used for such and that cavern can be used for this purpose.
So can you little more explain what is ICAL, the Indian iron calorimeter?
So the iron calorimeter is the detector that we are proposing along with this INO laboratory for detecting atmospheric neutrinos. Now this ICAL is actually a stack of iron plates 5.6 centimeter thick, and there will be something like 150 layers of this stack, and between two successive iron plates, there will be a gap of 4 centimeter. In that gap we will put a particle detector called resistive plate chamber. Okay, so we will have this stack, so the iron plate and then the RPC, that is the resistive plate chamber, again iron plate, and so this way we will create this stack of 150 layers. When the total size of the detector will be 16 meter by 16 meter by 14.5 meter, one module, and 3 such modules next to each other. The total weight will be 50 kiloton. Now how it will work is that when the atmospheric neutrinos that is created in the top of the atmosphere reaches our detector, some of them, okay, some of those atmospheric neutrinos will interact inside our detector in the iron mostly, and then it will produce a particle called muon, okay, and the muon will then traverse some distance in our detector through some number of iron plates and RPCs, and we can trace the track of that particle using those particle detectors, and then from there we will measure its energy, its direction, we will understand whether it is a neutrino event or anti-neutrino event, and so on, and using those information we will be able to understand certain properties of neutrinos, especially neutrino masses and ordering of the neutrino masses. That means there are 3 neutrinos and they have masses, different masses, so we must know which one is the lightest and which one is the heaviest. So this is the main purpose of this detector.
So it detects whether it is a neutrino or anti-neutrino.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. And that is most essential. In fact, so far other detectors around the world, they are detecting also atmospheric neutrinos, but they cannot distinguish between neutrinos and antineutrinos. So our ICAL detector will be the first such big detector which will have this particular characteristic, that it will be able to distinguish between neutrino and antineutrino.
So what type of magnetic field will be used for this detector?
So roughly we want, our target is around 1.5 Tesla, but this is there will be a coil going around this in the iron plates, and then not everywhere we will have 1.5 Tesla magnetic field. Something like 90% of our detector will have field more than 1 Tesla. Okay. So and then that is the type of magnetic field that we will have.
Funding and collaboration. So is it funded by Tata Institute or is it funded by Department of Science?
No. I mean, it's not funded by Tata Institute, because Tata Institute only institute, funding agencies are the government agencies. So this project, because it is quite big, first of all, it's being funded jointly by 2 major funding agencies of the Government of India, that is the Department of Science and Technology and Department of Atomic Energy. These are the 2 agencies or 2 ministry which will be funding this particular experiment, and the scientists involved in this project comes from not only from Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. There are 26 research institutions, universities, IITs, they are involved in this project. So something like total 100 physicists and engineers, and something like right now we have some 30 students that are already working in this project.
So where will be the RPCs or detectors will be fabricated?
So originally this detector, R&D for this detector are being carried out in several labs, in TIFR, in Saha Institute, in VECC, in BRC, and also in IITs. It is now this R&D is going on. However, we need something like 30,000 of 2 meter by 2 meter particle detectors, these RPCs, for this experiment. So that is impossible for any lab or even all the labs together to make those RPCs. So what we are doing, we are currently completed the R&D, and we are transferring this R&D or the know-how or the technology to the local industry, and they are going to produce this in large number, okay, and they will be producing in a factory line production line they will be setting up, and they will make those RPCs for us.
So RPCs, can you explain little more on RPC, how they are made and what is the structure of RPCs?
Yeah. So as I told you, this is a particle detector. Now you detect particle by many ways. There are what you call scintillators, some material. When the charged particle goes through that material, it emits light, and then you can have detector, light detector like photomultiplier tube, and then that will tell you that some particle has gone through. Then you can have what you call the proportional chamber, where the particles are going and they will ionize the gas inside, and then the electrons will move towards the central wire, and then they will be collected, and then we will know. In this particular case, but those detectors are usually not very big. We need huge area detector and large number. As I told you, 2 meter, 4 meter square, each one is 4 meter square, okay, 2 meter by 2 meter, and then we will have 30,000 of them, okay. So that is the number of detector that you need. So you want some cheaper way of making particle detector. So what we are doing is a unique technique, that is where two glass plates, the float glass, something like 2 millimeter or 3 millimeter thick float glass, you keep them apart by a gap of 2 millimeter. So two float glass with a gap of 2 millimeter, okay, and you seal it completely, and you put a particular gas mixture inside that, okay, and then apply a very high voltage, something like 10 kilovolt. Whenever, and then on top of them, on the both side of that gas gap that you have made using the glass plate, you keep what you call the pickup strips, okay. Now whenever a charged particle will go through this gas gap, and they will ionize, and they will produce ion electron pair, and now this gas gap is kept as a high voltage of something like 10 kilovolts. So then those ion and electron that has been created, they will start moving, they will amplify, and they will create a kind of short current, small current, and that will produce a charge by capacitive coupling on those strips that we have kept on the top. And so now from this pulse will be detected, and that will tell us at which point the particle has gone through. And then you keep them one after another, and as the particle goes through each of them, they will keep the trace of that, and then we can recreate the path of the particle in the detector using those information.
Okay. So can you little more explain on the data acquisition system and technology used for this short pulses?
Yeah. So for example, these pulses that will be coming from those RPCs are very fast. Okay. This will be sub-nanosecond pulses, what you call. Rise time will be nanosecond or even lower. And we want to preserve that the timing information, because that will be useful, because when the particle is going, then using this timing information you can tell whether the particle is going upward or downward or whatever it is. So this timing information is very useful. So you can't destroy that. So because of that, but these pulses that we'll get from these RPCs are extremely small, something like a millivolt or smaller. So in order to even detect them, first you have to amplify. So you have to have an amplifier with a high gain, but with a high bandwidth, okay, so that this nanosecond characteristic can be preserved. And this amplifier, we need something like 3.5 million. Okay. And if you should not buy this. So we have started designing this amplifier ourselves. Then we have made it already in the fab lab, the ASIC, what you call the chip, and it will be used for that. So in this process, we are also, though it is a particle physics experiment, we are also working on electronics, making those chips, etc. And then ultimately, when it will be amplified, and then it will be collected through a online computing system by what you call the online data acquisition system. So for that you have to also develop the corresponding data acquisition software, the corresponding electronics chain of hardware. You have to also monitor those detectors so continuously. So you have some procedure, you have to monitoring software, and all those things are being developed right now at different participating labs by the students, engineers, and the physicists who are working in this experiment.
Okay. This means this project needs a large amount of money, a large number of people, students for working and making these detectors and making this project going on.
Yes, absolutely.
So, what type of training programs you have at present for getting more trained students into this Newton of physics?
I think this is a very important point. In fact, I wanted to good that you just raised this point, because what is happening that this experiment is a big experiment. It's a mega science project, what we call. You have to handle this 3.5 million electronic channel, 30,000 RPCs, monitoring, making them, and all those things. We need a large number of physicists and large number of experimental physicists who can make these detectors using their own hands, who can fix if there is any problem running this experiment, etc. So you need competent experimentalists in a reasonably large number. Even in the country, we can actually hardly count by hand such experienced people in the country, because we do not have a culture of doing high energy physics experiment in the country. So that is the reason. But like we have developed all those technologies from scratch, we have also addressed the issue of manpower, and then we know that we don't have manpower today, but let's create it. So what we have done, we have this what we call the INO graduate program, is the INO PhD program basically, where we take every year the students after their MSc, masters in physics or in other areas, or in engineering students also we take. Then they will be going through a rigorous training during the first 1.5 years, where they will be the students who will be making those resistive plate chamber, detector, these electronics. They will be designing this data acquisition system, so that by the time they are finished with their training, they are competent and they have the confidence that they can make themselves such detectors. So once you do that, then these people, after this training, they will also have to do their physics. So they are getting attached to various PhD guides who are our collaborators in various institutions, universities and so on. And then they will get their PhDs and they will get their postdoctoral experience, but they will be competent experimental high energy physicists. So some of them, we hope that will come back and join our program, because we have a long-term plan. It's not that we are starting our experiment tomorrow. It will even take 5 years to start at. So this is how we are going to address the manpower problem. And this is also the reason, because we also create a competent group of physicists, experimental physicists, who can do such experiment in future also, or even propose new experiment in the country.
Also, how you select the students? What basis? Is there any entrance, or how do you select that procedure? If you can tell that, maybe.
Yeah, right now this is actually to some extent linked with the student selection of TIFR. I mean, this reason I will tell you, because this training and at the beginning they were TIFR. So what they have to do, the TIFR has the entrance written examination. So that happens in the first week of December. So before that advertisement goes to all the universities, they should appear, and when applying for that, for the test, they should tick mark. That will be a place where they can tick mark that we are interested in the INO training program. Once they do that and they appear for the written exam, and based upon their performance in the written exam, some of them will be called for interview. This interview will be done separately for the INO student, because we are looking for this kind of aptitude, that they should be good in, they should have the at least interest for doing experiment and doing this kind of detector development, etc. So we will interview them, and after that we will select certain number and they will go through this training.
How do you compare this India-based Neutrino project observatory with other labs, existing laboratories in Japan or CERN or in US?
Yeah. So when we started thinking about this project that we want to build in India, we knew that from that time onward that we have to make our detector so that it is complementary to the already existing detectors or even the proposed detector elsewhere. So actually there are quite a few neutrino detectors are already there. One of them, which is also using this atmospheric neutrinos, is for example in Japan called Kamiokande, super Kamiokande detector. That detector, the mass is same, like 50 kiloton of mass there, but that is water, and what they do not have in this detector is the magnetic field. And because they do not have a magnetic field, they are no way they can separate the neutrino event from antineutrino event in a event by event basis. Okay, so Now this is very crucial information. If you, for example, want to study this neutrino mass ordering that we want to do, then you have to separate out the neutrino event from an anti-neutrino event. So this detector that we are building in India, this India-based neutrino observatory, the ICAL detector, it is going to be that way unique, in the sense it will have a magnetic field and it will separate neutrinos from antineutrinos. So it will complement the already existing Super Kamiokande atmospheric neutrino detector, this one. Now this address, now the question comes that mass ordering. So is this the only way we can do mass ordering? I mean, or is there no other way? No, there are other ways also. For example, there are experiments coming up in United States, and this is using the accelerator produced neutrino beam. They send the neutrino beam to a distance of something like 700 kilometers away, and they will have a detector there, and there also they can be able to use that data to address the issue of mass ordering. However, there are limitations. For example, that particular experiment will not be able to talk about mass ordering if certain neutrino parameters are not favorable to them, and we don't know those neutrino parameters yet. What is the value of those neutrino parameters, like this, what we call the CP violating phase. Okay, so that way there are many experiments are going on, and each experiment complement other. For example, ours will have not as high a statistics as a accelerator beam neutrino, but we will cover the whole CP phase. Okay, so we will be independent of the CP phase, irrespective of what is the value of the CP phase. We will be able to address the issue of mass ordering, whereas this neutrino beam experiment that is coming up will not be able to do that. So like that, each experiment are different. In addition to that, see, neutrinos have many other experiments. See, for example, we now know neutrinos have mass, but they are very, very tiny masses. Our experiment can talk about which is the lightest, which is the heaviest. We cannot really tell what is the mass of the neutrino. So there are completely different set of experiments, okay, that is coming up in Europe for studying the exact mass, whether they are addressing the exact mass of the absolute mass of the neutrinos. So this way, there are different kinds of experiment addressing different issues connected to the neutrino.
So INO time being don't have any program to detect neutrinos sent from any other man-made lab.
Oh, okay. Actually, so the neutrinos, for example, so if you let us say you are making neutrino beam somewhere. Now, neutrino beams are being made at the moment. So they make neutrino beam at near Tokyo in a lab in Tsukuba called KEK, and sending that beam to some distance of 230 kilometers or so inside Japan itself in Kamiokande, and doing experiment. They are also sending the, as I told you, neutrino beam from Fermi lab near Chicago to a laboratory in the US-Canada border at a distance of 730 kilometers. They are having neutrino beam. They are sending from CERN near Geneva, and from there neutrino beams are produced and sent to an experiment in Gansaso at a distance of 730 kilometers again in a laboratory there. So these are the places where neutrino beam are being sent. But these are basically what they call conventional beam. This beam, if they try to send to a longer distance, simply the flux will not be enough to do an experiment. And there are other issues actually. There are a group of neutrino physicists are thinking for a neutrino, high intensity neutrino beam, and sending it to a distance of 7,000 kilometers. Okay, that is very useful because 7,000 kilometers is a magic number for us. Actually, it is, that's why it is called magic baseline, because at 7,000 kilometers, if you produce a neutrino beam, send it to a distance on 7,000 kilometers, during the 7,000 kilometers travel, the neutrino properties change in a certain way, so that we can measure certain properties of the neutrinos very nicely. So that is very useful to have. But such a neutrino factory, what you call, is nowhere in the horizon, because the technology of making such a neutrino factory doesn't exist today. But there is plan, when people are doing R&D, maybe something like a couple of decades down the line, we will have the capabilities of making such a neutrino beam or neutrino factory. Of course, that doesn't mean even if you have capabilities, you will be able to make the factory. So there should be funding available from some government or a collaboration of international in various research institutes in the world to make such a factory. However, I should also answer here that there are certain fear created that there will be neutrino beam coming from somewhere and they will destroy us, they will be radiation hazard and things like that. Neutrinos are not radiation hazard at all. Neutrinos are hard to detect. Neutrinos hardly interact. In fact, the neutrinos can go through the earth, whole earth, without doing anything. So, as if the whole earth is transparent to the neutrinos. So, neutrinos rarely interact. So, to give a specific example, let us say there will be a neutrino factory one day, and let's say it is there, neutrino factory is there. Now, neutrino factory is sending some beam. If you send that beam, neutrino factory beam, through a human being, continuously for 100 years. I mean, let's say that person lived for 100 years, from his birth, from his death, neutrino beam is continuously going through him. In that period, only one neutrino, has a chance to detect or interact inside your body. And in that interaction, it will produce one neon, one charged particle. That's all it will do in its entire life. And thousands of such muons are going through our body all the time from cosmic rays. So, this is completely, neutrino beams are completely safe. I mean, it's of no use for, other than the scientists, to study the properties of the neutrinos.
So, there is no radiation or other things in the nearby area?
Absolutely no. I mean, there is no way neutrino can create any radiation.
Thank you very much for coming to this interface. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome to this class on art history. We will be focusing on a very significant modern art movement in this session, Surrealism. Surrealism was part of a highly significant cultural awakening that happened during 1924. The movement had its beginning in Europe, centered in Paris. It started as a grouping of intellectuals with Andre Breton, a writer and a trained psychologist, as its leader. It attracted many members of the then existing major art movement, Dadaism. Surrealism used visual imagery which was evoked from subconscious to create art sans the intention of logical comprehension. It used to channel unconscious as a means to unleash the most powerful tool of mind, imagination. The movement was deeply influenced by the psychoanalysis concepts of the famous psychologist of the time, Sigmund Freud. Even though it started as a literary movement, Surrealism made its impact felt in almost all artistic spheres, including literature, painting, sculpture, pop culture and cinema. The term Surrealism was first coined by Guillaume Apollinaire, the French poet, who used it in program notes for the ballet parade written by Jean Cocteau, Pablo Picasso, Léonie de Mazzin and Éric Satie. The most important declaration of the concept, motto and definition of the new movement of Surrealism was made through Les Manifestes du Surréalisme, the Manifesto of Surrealism, authored by none other than the founder of the movement, Andre Breton. He defined Surrealism as psychic automatism in its pure state, by which one proposes to express verbally, by means of the written word or in another manner, the actual functioning of thought. In this manifesto, he urged artists and writers to seek entry into unconscious mind and get inspired by this untapped realm in creating art. Some of the artists who became members of the Surrealist group were Max Ernst, Salvador Dali, Man Ray, Hans Arp, Georges Malkin, Michael Laris, Georges Limbaud, Antonin Artaud, Raymond Quenet, Andre Mazin, Joan Miro, Marcel Duchamp, Jacques Prévert, and Yves Tanquet. We will discuss their contribution and style in detail later. Surreal theory had its deepest influence sprouting from the concepts expounded by the famous psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud. Surrealists believed that the power of pattern of imagination is highly suppressed by conscious mind thanks to a variety of oppressing restrictions implemented by it. Surrealists explored the language of dreams and the process of dream work. They looked inside themselves, but they also sought to explore lapses of memory and the repressions of a whole culture. They used many Freudian motifs and used Freudian methods of free association in their artwork. Other than Freud, the significant influence on the group was the political ideas of Karl Marx, though it might appear that the importance they gave to imagination is in par with Romanticism. Surrealists believed that revelations that spur imagination into creativity could be found in everyday life. In the Surrealist Manifesto of 1924, Andre Breton wrote, "I believe in the future resolution of these two states, which are dream and reality, into a sort of absolute reality or surreality." The primary question was how to get to the unconscious part of the mind, always controlled by the waking disciplined mind. With the aid of sedatives, some surrealists would play games that would bring the unknown subconscious to surface. Such methods were doomed to failure. Surrealists tried to create automatically to and thus be free of constraints of tradition like what the Dada artists have done, and thus making a startling experience by depicting visuals at context which was hitherto unthought of. According to Freud, all our primal desires and fears are suppressed due to extreme control of society, the superego, so mind will find a way out through displacement and transference or by substitution. Mind here uses poetry and metaphor in surplus, resulting in the collapse of demarcating bridge between reality and dream. Surrealism was in search for this secret language of mind which they depicted by expressing dream images into art. Surrealism grew from its forerunner movement Dada, which was anti-rational in its theory. Andre Breton, who was an active Dadaist, felt the need for a new group where artists could explore ways to make the subconscious a tool in revolutionizing art and to protest against the aggression of war. The primary surrealists organized activities as a refugee from the terrible political scenario and used art to address the discomfort they felt about world's uncertainties. Surrealists were interested in exposing the complex and repressed inner worlds of sexuality, desire, and violence, and interest in these topics fostered transgressive behavior. Many of the artists underwent psychoanalysis to study and uproot their latent feelings and habits as a cure for what they believed to be the constraining and repressed codes and morals of society. The Surrealists generated creative works that exposed the artist's inner mind in bizarre, symbolic ways in order to uncover anxieties and to treat them analytically through visual means. The Surrealists depicted dream imagery and archetypal symbols derived from their unconsciousness. The collage aesthetic was significant to the Surrealists as they believed it tapped into the subconscious by creating unlikely juxtapositions using imagery garnered from popular culture. There are some major concepts associated with surreal theories which needs to be elaborated: automatic writing and painting. Automatic writing or painting is a process of writing or painting without using the conscious intervention of the mind. During the Surrealist movement, automatic writing was one among the many games played by artists to stimulate creativity and produce original works of art. Freud had already been using automatic writing as a therapeutic technique in psychoanalysis. Inspired by psychoanalysis, and in particular by the poetry of Arthur Rimbaud and Lautréamont, automatic writing consists in writing so fast that rational and preconceived ideas that occur in conscious mind do not have the time to impose any control. The first text produced by this method, Les Stamps Magnétiques, in 1919, was composed alternately by Emmrc Breton and Philippe Saupault. Even earlier to Surrealism, automatic drawing and painting had been attempted by Dada artists. Jean Arp has produced numerous drawings and collages using the automatic process. Exquisite Corpse. Exquisite Corpse is the most famous of the Surrealist games. It made its entry into Art Circle in 1925 and consists in the creation of poems or drawing in large scale. Each artist in turn will write a word or draw a graphic on a paper which is not allowed by the other artists or poem composers to see. The result will be the most unsuspected sentences like, "The exquisite corpse will drink the new wine." It is from this line that this game received its name. Decalcomania. Max Ernst and Oscar Dominics were the two main artists who very effectively practiced this technique. It had its birth in 1935. In this technique, the artist will press a white sheet over another sheet covered with color, peel it while the paint is still wet, and then repeat the process. The final image gives scope for the artist to see images that might be an expression of his unsuppressed subconscious. Fumage. Wolfgang Paulin, the Austrian painter, is the one who started this technique of creating art. This happened in 1937. He moved a candle flame over a sheet of paper to create an outline of an image. Later, this technique was applied to oil painting too. Wolfgang was the predecessor of the fire painting method later developed by artist Jens Klein. Collage. This technique still very much in use in artworks, advertisements, print and visual media. It first appeared in synthetic cubist works and then Dadaist works. It appears in the works of Max Ernst in 1919. Max Ernst was a Dadaist before creating surrealist paintings. Collage uses myriad images from a variety of sources pasted upon a surface, resulting in unexpected juxtapositions. From 1929, Ernst produced collage novels, selecting images from the 19th century prints and catalogues, and made a connection by repeating the visual motifs many times over. Rayograph. Invented by artist Man Ray in 1922. The procedure involved creating photographs without using camera by placing objects on a light-sensitive plate which is then exposed. Surrealist object. By the mid-1920s, Emmrc Breton made a suggestion to fellow artists to create some of those objects we only glimpse in dreams and whose fate seems infinitely problematic and disturbing. But unlike Duchamp, who felt this as bringing together already existing objects which claimed to be of no value, the surrealists expected the new object to provoke an emotional reaction. The most famous artists who creatively used this technique were Alberto Gaiasometti, Salvador Dali, John Miro, Andre Breton, Oscar Dominics and Man Ray. Frettage and grettage. Frettage is a method discovered by Max Ernst in 1925. This was an accidental discovery. While he was staying in an inn in Brittany, he decided to take an impression of the wooden rugged floor. This he achieved by rubbing black lead over a piece of paper, laying it on the floor. He repeated his experiments with other textures and published his first collection of frettages, Histoire Naturelle, in 1926. Also, he extended these experiments with oil painting. Grettage was used in 1927 by Max Ernst. Here, a razor blade is used to scratch the superimposed layer of different hued paints. The result is differently textured images capable of evocation of subconscious imagery. Paranoia criticism. As the name itself suggests, the paranoia criticism happens in a delirious state. The goal is to go beyond the paranoia of routine and habitual way of looking at things and reach a distal perception of reality. This idea was claimed to be developed and practiced Salvador Dali in 1929. Now let us familiarize ourselves with some of the major artworks by some of the significant artists of Surrealist school to get to know their approach better. Gayosio de Chirico portrayed Premonitore di Guillaume Apollinaire, Premonitory Portrait of Guillaume Apollinaire in 1914. Max Ernst, Ubo Imperator, 1923. Mandre Liviolone di Incres in 1924. John Miro La Sieste de Siesta in 1925 and René Magritte Querelle des Universos in early 1928. Salvador Dali Lion Cheval Dolmeus Invisible in 1930. Victor Bronner Loop Table Wolf Table in 1939. Max Ernst. His paintings and collages create a dreamy quality. This was acquired by using spontaneous juxtapositions of materials and images and by methods such as decalcomania and frettage. His work showed deeply rooted personal experiences. One can see the two major concepts which paved the way to abstract. Expressionism had its seeds already sown in Max Ernst's paintings. Action and automatism. Salvador Dali. Stunning amalgamation of hyperrealism with a reverie-like subject mainly of erotic nature is what makes Salvador Dali, a Spanish painter, stand out. Thanks to his associations with commercial ventures, difficult ideological attitude, plus shockingly notorious personality, he was scorned by some of his contemporaries. He was even ousted from the Surrealist group, but he became the most popular among Surrealist painters. Deeply familiar with Freud's psychoanalytic theories and his obsession with erotic themes, childhood memories, death and decay made his works iconic in nature. Though he was inspired by automatism initially, he shifted later into his own method which he called critical paranoia. This is a method he used to tap the subconscious by developing deliberate delusion without losing sanity. Alberto Gaiasometti. Semi-abstract works of Gaiasometti's works are representative of themes like violence, sex and surrealism. He was the most famous among Surrealist sculptors thanks to his towering and elongated surreal figures, which is his best contribution to surreal movement. Fascinated by the themes derived Freudian psychoanalysis like sexuality, obsession and trauma, he developed a variety of different sculptural objects resembling primitive art, games, toys and architectural models. These sculptures actually urges viewers to interact with them, an idea that appeared radical that time. John Miro. Influenced by Surrealism in 1920, Miro developed a style known as biomorphic abstraction. This technique blended abstract and figurative motifs, huge areas of color and primitive symbols. Conducting his own surrealism-inspired exploration, Miro has developed his own surreal syntax where synthesized objects coming strictly from the artist's imagination are juxtaposed with simple, recognizable forms. These objects evoke a sense that they have always coexisted both in the material realm and in the shallow pictorial space of Miro's canvas. Miro had a pictorial style in which he used his pictorial icons like the sickle moon or a ladder. He resorted to surreal spontaneity and automatism to create works with lyrical abstract quality. Magritte Rein. Magritte was master of the Freudian dream work method of association and unification of similar objects. Repetition was a key for Magritte. His interest in the idea of repetition may also have been sprouted up from Freudian psychoanalysis, where repetition is a sign of trauma. Another influence must be his exposure to commercial art. Magritte's pictures often result in powerful paradoxes. His images are clear and simple, but which also provoke unsettling subconscious longings. His childhood death experience connected with Eros resulted in images which show the Freudian surreal world of creative and death instinct. Marcel Duchamp. Duchamp has coined the word ready-made, which meant taking a mass-produced everyday object from its routine space and place in the status of artwork totally by artist's choice. It has the quality of performative act and had far-reaching implications about what can be considered as an object of art. Rejecting purely visual, which he termed as retinal pleasure, he favored more concept-oriented intellectual approaches in creating art. He experimented with kinetic devices as a study of perspective and optics. Subversive humor in rife with sexual puns resulting in enjoyment characterizes Duchamp's work. The linguistic dimension one perceives in his art paved way for conceptual art later. Mandry. Mandry was an American artist in Paris whose photograms, objects, drawings and other works played an important role in Dada, Surrealism, modern photography and avant-garde art at large. Yes Tanguy. Yes Tanguy was a French painter and one of the key figures of French Surrealism in the early 20th century. Tanguy was a self-taught painter who became best known for his highly imaginative landscapes and detailed precision. Pablo Picasso, though Picasso was not primarily connected to Cubism, he was made significant contribution to Surrealist painting too. Known for his eclectic methods, Picasso chose to shift from one style to another. His encounter with Surrealism in 1920 has encouraged him to experiment with new expressions which gave vent to his suppressed subconscious during his Cubist years. In later Surrealist years, Britain became increasingly interested in revolutionary political activism. The result was the dispersal of the original movement into smaller factions of artists. There was a faction split. Bretonians like Roberto Matta believed that art was political. artists like Tange, Max Ernst and Dorothea Tanning remained in America to separate from Britain. Salvador Dali went back to Spain, believing in the centrality of the individual in art. Thus, the difference of stances they took eventually led to Surrealism as a movement disappear. Though Surrealism had disappeared as a group movement, it has its impact felt in many different walks of art. Primarily, it was an attempt to liberate imagination, so artists of all time are attracted to it in varying degrees. Surrealism was an epoch of its own kind in art and human history of expression. It is time we conclude this session. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the topic Introduction to Counseling. Introduction. This chapter tries to present the basic concepts that are essential to understand counseling process in relation to guidance practice. The discussion provided in this chapter treats counseling both as a goal-directed process and as specific means for consummating this goal. In fact, understanding counseling in relation to guidance gives it more clarity. In guidance, counseling has assumed new dimensions and responsibilities. In the school setting, counseling is treated as intentional or purposeful understanding and assistance given to students to make them capable of dealing with problems in an effective way. Any process of counseling in that sense is a process of sharing mutual help and consideration engaged by two or more people. Counseling can be defined as a person-to-person process in which one person is helped by another to increase in understanding and ability to meet his problem. This definition does not get into the intricacies of the process. Yet it is helpful to get an idea what counseling is not. Counseling is not simple advice giving or sharing of confidence. Rather, it is an organized process where the counselor and the counselee meet in an atmosphere of mutual trust and understanding. The practice of providing counseling existed in all cultures from time immemorial, but it was not treated as a separate profession. These days, counseling is a tangible profession which has its own clear definition and counters to assert its identity from rest of the caregiving services. The elements, the goals, functions and the processes are well in place in a modern counseling setting. It still remains a personal service, but the roles or functions of each of team members involved in it are well defined. Carefully worked out or systematic counseling have certain principles and goals to provide orientation to the counselor and the counselee. organized counseling services works with the individual to increase in knowledge of self, solve immediate problems, reduce tensions resulting from frustrations, improve in the skills and knowledge required to solve this problem. The counselor acts as facilitating agent in the appraisal of personal problems. Counselor tries to engage with the immediate problems that haunt the individual and the roots of the problem which lies elsewhere. This process looks decisively simple, but it has been observed that this process of one-to-one interaction is complex and it takes utmost care to make it fruitful. An adequately structured interaction session can lead to maximum involvement from the client and in turn result in increased efficacy. The basic elements that appear consistently in all counseling sessions are as follows. Personal communication between client and counselor in a professionally controlled or guided situation. Appraisal and understanding of the individual and of environmental aspects of the problem situation and its possible outcomes. Evaluation and correlation of pertinent personal and non-personal factors in the problem situation. Adjustive, oriental or developmental aid to the individual through conveyance of information, interpretation of data, provision of the means or facility for self-appraisal and clarification of motives and values, referral to environmental opportunity or other modes of assistance. Counseling services offered at school responds to these broad frameworks, but they are more specific in their requirements. The studies and research on counseling always focus on the needs of the severely maladjusted individuals. Though it is true that any cross-section of a school population contains such people, it cannot be represented adequately or addressed with such a skewed perception. Rather than inheriting the problems of mental health profession in a mindless way, school counseling program must be able to handle everyday problems of students and ensure psychological well-being. This poses a unique kind of challenge in front of the professionals who design the counseling services for a school. They should take into account a range of problems and needs. These include skill deficiency, anxieties related, socioeconomic, cultural and religious status, vocational indecisions, familial tensions, health problems and problems with academic achievement. An effective counseling program will be able to address all these problems without falling into medicalization and pathologization. Understanding counseling. The above discussion has treated counseling as an intimate and personal care giving service where an individual can come up with personal problems. But this does not mean counseling functions in social or cultural vacuum. It is very much situated in the social context of family, school and community. It is not easy to compartmentalize the process, especially in the case of a student whose behavior in the formative stages is being influenced by many factors such as parents, immediate peer group, etc. So the welfare of the individual is based upon the mutual cooperation of all those who are involved in the upbringing of the individual. A counseling program can benefit a lot from the awareness that the individual is shaped to a great extent by his social context, but at the same time too great an emphasis on the group out of which the child derives his impetus is also to be avoided. The efficacy of the program lies in finding an adequate balance between the uniqueness of the individual and the social constraints or conditions placed upon him or her. The ideal goal of a good counseling program lies in the conscious effort on the part of the counselors and the teachers to avoid extreme of either position to attempt to maintain a healthy balance between development of the individual and preparation of group living. Another factor that is crucial in understanding the nature of counseling is the nature of the relationship. Rather than considering it as a preconceived set of principles, one can treat it as a dynamic process that is flexible and adapts to the situation or the needs of the counselee. The efficacy of the program lies heavily on the nature of the relationship between counselor and counselee. The counseling situation should be so organized that the client will make his contribution to it as well as the counselor. To accomplish this purpose, the counselor has to demonstrate in voice and gesture that he accepts fully the client as a worthwhile person who has genuine problems which the two can solve together. The counselor has to feel a real interest in the client, since there is no substitute for sincerity. People intuitively sense the lack of concern, if there is any, in the process. However, it is unarguable that the client must feel himself accepted by the counselor. The degree of acceptance must emerge out of the counseling situation itself. Two basic features that define the counselor. Counselor relationship are objectivity and involvement. This may sound contradicting because the presence of one naturally nullifies the other. But it is the duty of the counselor to remain sensitive to these needs. Involvement refers to the ability to empathize and to give oneself the freedom to express the feeling. Objectivity, on the other hand, refers to the extent which the counselor is able to maintain a clear differentiation from the client. But there is one more crucial aspect to the counseling relationship which goes beyond the two above mentioned factors. It is the feeling of warmth, and it refers to a kind of spontaneity in interpersonal relationship which makes the relationship real for the client. When warmth is lacking in a counseling situation, it is often due to the lack of awareness from the part of the counselor about the problem of the counselee. In most cases, the counselor presses for a conclusion or a definite statement of the problems. But the fact is that the counselor should make an attempt to make the issue available for examination for the client, so that the client can come up with clearer analysis of it. It is always true that the counselor will be hard pressed for time. But that doesn't mean he or she cannot initiate the process of self-introspection within the client, a process that is ultimately helpful to arrive the greater goals of counseling than to achieve the immediate resolution of the problem. The counselor in that sense becomes a true facilitating agent who can provide direction to a course of action of thought, but it is never the decision maker who can make decision on behalf of the clients. A well-defined counseling program will have clearly set functions for the counselor, and there will be a team to fall back upon in cases of crisis emerges. The school counseling situation presents an extended picture where the counselor is in touch with the class teacher, peer group to parents. All these people are active agents who can help the individual to achieve the desired goals. This discussion shows the social elements creep into the process, which is imagined as a one-to-one session in the forms of peer group and family and community. The counseling process can be considered as a socially dense process where the uniqueness of the individual finds its expression. The balance between these different elements makes the process fruitful. The goals of counseling. What is the real goal of counseling? Or are there many goals to counseling? Is it helping someone in distress? Is it teaching an individual to adjust well in society? Is it about learning to deal with emotional problems? The following discussions tries to engage with the misconceptions around these questions that would help us create awareness about the goals of counseling. To begin with, we have to engage with the idea of adjustment. What is at stake here is the how to adjust efficiently without losing one's individuality. Adjustment is not about blind conformity. Adjustment in terms of a balance between restraint and expression is what counseling can and should offer. While adjustment is still treated as a major goal of counseling, it is realized increasingly these days that the individual is in a sense never completely adjusted, since complete adjustment would mean a cessation of activity. Counseling is treated as a dynamic practice in which the individual is helped to develop in terms of changing conditions, Another major issue in defining the goal of counseling is the idea of counseling as helping. This understanding can act as a stumbling block in arriving at the complexity of the process. It is not to deny the fact that counseling can help people, but is not naive altruism that guides the counseling process. The responsibility of a decision primarily rests with the counselee and not with the counselor. The counselor, instead of taking away an individual's decision-making capacity, tries to enhance it through respecting it and reassuring it. That is how counseling realizes its potential as a helping profession. Another issue is regarding the temporal framework employed to understand counseling process. Every stage of life has particular problems, and this need makes counseling a continuous process. It is true that an individual is exposed to counseling services in the face of a crisis. But the model of care offered by counseling does not come up with an instant solution. It tries to understand and elevate the root cause of the problem. This cause might not be in the immediate environment of the individual, but might be falling elsewhere. In such situation becomes a continuous process of extending support for a long period of time. People at any stage of their life can benefit from counseling. The goals of counseling are broadly divided into three. They are inculcating social skill, developing emotional balance, resolution of conflicts, and development of self-concept. Inculcating social skills. Counseling as a means of improving social adjustment is based not only upon the needs of the individual but also upon the needs of the community. Mere proficiency at a given task is not enough to function well in society. The individual, no matter what his area of endeavor may be, will have to understand how to get along with society and tackle interpersonal relationships. So counseling here tries to come up with a picture of balanced living where the person is in harmony with his or her immediate community and the demands and expectations placed by the community on him. Resolution of conflict. All of us are facing conflict of one sort or of another in each moment. In our attempt to live a balanced life, we have been striving to overcome one obstacle or another. In fact, this continuous problem solving helps us to adapt to the challenges placed by the environment and to survive. The inability to resolve conflicts can disorient the individual and create feelings of helplessness and confusion. Counseling, along with other guidance techniques, can assist an individual to find out effective coping patterns and techniques. A prolonged exposure to conflicts and inability to resolve them can lead to maladjusted behavior patterns within the individual. Counseling can help the individual in two ways. Through creating a relationship of trust and empathy, the counselor can help to arrive at a better understanding of the problem faced by the individual. Counselor can also act as a facilitating agent in preventing further maladjustment by early recognition of undue conflict on the part of the individual. Conclusion. The ultimate goal of counseling is the development of a mature self. In order to achieve this goal, counseling must give preference to the development of self-concept. Self-concept can be understood through the outward expression of self, namely self-expression. Self-expression is a means of communication between people, whether it is done through the play of a child or verbalization of an adolescent. Self-expression is not just written or spoken language. It ranges from one-to-one communication to artworks that expresses high levels of complexity. So it is not easy to assume that self-expression will come up for observation in a simple and self-revealing manner. It requires great insight to understand the modes of self-expression human beings have developed and still developing. It should be understood both in its singularity and its collective manifestations, the individual self-expression and self-expression that crystallize as art or knowledge. Understanding the working of the one is essential to decode the other, or in other words, they are mutually reciprocating registers where the working of one can affect the other. Though very limited in scope, counseling tries to understand these different and unique forms of self-expression in order to arrive at a better understanding of social and psychic self of the individual. A good counseling program should take into account all the sedimented and crystallized forms self-expression available in a culture, but the focus will be on the individual self-expression and the factors that affect it. The development of self-expression certainly depends upon social stimulation and the freedom to spread the ideas resulting from such stimulation. Self-expression is not only a means of communicating hopes and aspiration, but also a ventilator to channelize the anxieties. So understanding and analyzing them is important to get an insight into the motivations of an individual, which will in turn help increase the efficiency of the counseling program. Counseling tries to understand what is the mode of self-expression, how it gets structured in that particular fashion, and why it gets structured in that particular fashion. Once the counselor gains an understanding of the deep-rooted needs and motivations that guide an individual's self-expression, he or she can help the individual to arrive at a better understanding of the working of the self. It is through creating this awareness, counseling process contributes to the growth and maturation of a well-functioning self. Let us summarize the main ideas in this session. This chapter tries to present the basic concepts that are essential to understand counseling process in relation to guidance practice. The discussion provided in this chapter treats counseling both as a goal-directed process and as specific means for consummating this goal. Counseling is not simple advice, giving or sharing of confidence. Rather, it is an organized process where the counselor and the counselee meet in an atmosphere of mutual trust and understanding. Organized counseling services works with the individual to increase in knowledge of self, solve immediate problems, reduce tensions resulting from frustration, improve in the skills and knowledge required to solve this problem. There are many misconceptions about the goals and means of counseling. These misconceptions interfere with the effective functioning of counseling. The ultimate goal of counseling is the development of a mature self. In order to achieve this goal, counseling must give preference to the development of self-concept. Counseling should be treated as a continuous and lifelong process. Now you can try to answer these questions here. What are the basic elements that appear consistently in all counseling sessions? What makes school counseling program distinctive? How does the social situation affect counseling? What is the role of warmth in counseling? What elements make counseling effective? Now you may go through these books for further reference. Guidance in Today's School by Mortson, G. Donald and Skimmeler Ellen, M. 1962. Published by John Wiley and Sons, New York. Guidance in Classroom by Strang Ruth and Morris Kling, 1964. Published by Collier and Macmillan Limited, London. Hope that you have enjoyed this session. We can meet again with another topic. Thank you.
Simple technologies have provided the impetus for human civilization to progress through the ages. These technologies have helped humankind harness the bounties of nature without affecting its delicate balance. Though all productive sectors have assimilated modern technologies, traditional techniques are still in vogue, helping the marginalized make a living. Converting clamshells into quicklime and slaked lime is one such indigenous technology. Backwaters and rivers that span the length and breadth of Kerala are rich in a variety of aquatic life, including clams. Clams are bivalve mollusks. Besides being a rich source of food, they are a primary raw material in Kerala for the production of lime-based products. Nearly 65% of the annual clam collection belongs to the species Bilorita ceprinoides, commonly known as black clams. Another variety that is rich in protein and used for edible purposes is the white clam. Also serving as a raw material for producing quicklime and slaked lime, it belongs to the species Meretrix castor. Thousands of people living by these water bodies are gainfully employed in the collection and processing of clams. Live clams collected in the backwaters have to be first boiled in water to separate the meat from the shells. It is these meat-free shells that serve as the raw material for lime-based products. The major source for the production of quicklime and slaked lime are the deposits of subfossilized clams found in the Vembanad Lake, adjoining the districts of Ernakulam, Alappuzha and Kottayam. These subfossil deposits that form the bulk of the resources have accumulated here through the centuries as the dead remains of the once living population of clams. Subsoil deposits are also found on land adjacent to the backwaters and estuaries. Often, these deposits are excavated from a depth of over 15 feet. Due to bleaching over a long period of time, these shells lose their black color and appear dull white. These shells are processed in traditional well-shaped kilns known locally as Nurthukudams. The kilns have an opening at the base to blow air. The channels that radiate from the opening smoothen air circulation throughout the kiln. Over the channels, iron rods and tile pieces are placed to prevent the shells from choking the channels. Over these, a layer of dried coconut shell and husk is placed. This serves as the primary fuel. Over this fuel base, a layer of clams is spread, followed by a layer of charcoal. And above it, alternate layers of clams and coconut husk are placed to fill the kiln. Once the filling is done, the kiln is fired. A hand-operated blower provides the oxygen needed for burning the fuel to generate heat. The heat so generated triggers an endothermic reaction. In this endothermic reaction, calcium carbonate gets converted to carbon dioxide and to calcium oxide, which is known as quicklime. The processing of clam shells in the kilns varies depending upon the quality of quicklime required. When the end product of quicklime is intended for agricultural purposes, only charcoal is used as fuel. The quicklime thus produced has several uses. One major use is in the purification of well water. When water is added to quicklime, that is, calcium oxide, an exothermic reaction occurs. This reaction yields calcium hydroxide, commonly known as slaked lime. Slaked lime is used for a variety of purposes. One common application is the whitewashing of buildings. The alkaline nature of the slaked lime helps neutralize the acidity of soil. Therefore, it is used in plantations and other cultivable lands to maintain the desirable pH value of the soil. To overcome the extreme acidity of paddy fields, farmers since generations have been using slaked lime. Farmers usually take the cue from the iron sulfide scum on the surface of the water, an indication of high acidity, and apply slaked lime. A time-tested soil management practice indeed. Slaked lime is also used as a purifying agent for preparing certain Ayurvedic medicines. For instance, slaked lime is used to free the herb Plumbago indica, commonly known as Chetti Koduveli, of its acidic content. With the passage of time and the development of modern technology, clams have found industrial applications too. For industrial purposes, clams are excavated from backwaters using heavy dredgers. The shells are sucked and discharged into a screening plant using a centrifugal pump. Then, the shells are passed through a revolving stream that separates the shells from the sludge. The cleaned clams are collected in large barges to be carried to the production units. At the Travancore Cement Limited at Kottayam, clam shells are used in the manufacture of white cement. Here, first the shells are ground with sand in the ball mill. White clay is another ingredient in making white cement. For this purpose, clay is made into a slurry and is transferred into a raw mill where the shells, sand and clay are finely ground and transferred to the rotary kiln. In the kiln, this mixture is heated at about 1500 degrees Celsius to produce clinker. To the clinker, gypsum is added, and these are then ground together to yield white cement, for which there is a steady demand in the domestic market. Another industry where clamshells are used is that of the newspaper industry. In district, limeshell is the raw material used in the making of sodium hydroxide, an essential ingredient in digesting wood and bamboo to produce pulp. For this, the shells are cleaned and fed through conveyor belts to the rotary kiln. Here, it is heated to about 830 degrees Celsius to produce calcium oxide or quick lime. The calcium oxide is transferred to the causticizing plant, where it is mixed with sodium carbonate to obtain sodium hydroxide and calcium carbonate. The sodium hydroxide thus produced is used for making paper pulp. The calcium carbonate, thus recovered in the process, is refed into the kiln to obtain calcium oxide. This kind of recovery and recycling of calcium carbonate helps conserve clamshell resources. The integration of modern technology with traditional know-how. This forms the bedrock of Kerala's successful clamshell industry today.
Hello and welcome to the session on information, consolidation and repackaging. The main function of a library and information center is to provide right information to the right user at the right time. The term right information is not a static term, it is a relative term, that is, the right information to a particular group of users may not be right information to other group of users. It means that the relevance of the information is relative. As far as a busy and specialist user is concerned, he needs information that is critically evaluated, condensed, packaged and made available in a form which can be immediately used in decision making, problem solving or for any other purpose in hand. To fulfill this need, a new kind of information organization was started, that is known as information consolidation and repackaging. The information analysis and consolidation centers gather everything about a clearly defined subject field, analyze and evaluate this information, condense and repackage it in appropriate form and disseminate it for a well defined user group. In other words, IAC centers provide users timely, authoritative, evaluated and consolidated information in convenient form, which users can understand, assimilate and use with certain degree of confidence and reliability within the framework of their working environment. There are some factors which are necessary for the information consolidation and repackaging. They are: 1. Exponential growth of information and increasing rate of obsolescence. Users have inadequate time in reading and assimilating new information. 2. Interdisciplinary nature of information leading to scattering and seepage of information. Users can specialize only in restricted subject fields. 3. Wide variation in quality and reliability of information. Users find it difficult and have inadequate time for evaluating and selecting the right information. 4. Information is presented in multiplicity of languages. Users may not be so familiar with all languages to use the information. 5. Information presented in a wide range of standards and formats. Users may not be familiar with the standard of format to use the information. 6. Required information is published in documents with restricted circulation, leading to inaccessibility of information. 7. Science and technological information is highly technical in nature with technical and trade jargons. Potential user with no technical background cannot comprehend it. Definitions. Sarah, Sevick and Wood in 1981 gave the following definition about it. Consolidated information is public knowledge specifically selected, analyzed, evaluated and possibly restructured and repackaged for the purpose of serving some of the immediate decisions, problems and information needs of a defined clientele or social group who otherwise may not be able to effectively and efficiently access and use this knowledge as available in the great amount of documents or in its original form. The criteria for selection, evaluation, restructuring and repackaging of this knowledge is derived from the potential clientele. UNESCO Symposium on Information Analysis and Consolidation held in Colombo, Sri Lanka 12 to 15 September 1978 gave the following definition. Information consolidation activities are used to define the responsibilities exercised by individuals, departments or organizations for evaluating and compressing relevant documents in order to provide definite user groups with reliable and concise new body of knowledge. Individual or group performing the information consolidation activity would each constitute an information consolidation unit. Objective of information consolidation. The basic objectives of information consolidation are to increase the effectiveness of information transfer to the target, that is the audience, to widen the circle of the population of potential users, particularly by fulfilling specific information needs for evaluated and synthesized information, and to encourage more intensive use of information in wide range of developmental activities. Uses of consolidated and repackaged information. Different types of user groups are there. They can be categorized into the following 6 groups. 1. Scientists, engineers and professionals engaged in R&D activities, manufacturing, health services, planning, education, etc. 2. Managers, business people engaged in small and large businesses, commerce, marketing, etc. 3. Policy and decision makers in government. 4. technicians, supervisors and para-professionals. 5. Communicators such as extension workers and services, teachers, local leaders in adopting new technology or practices. 6. Agricultural and industrial workers from rural and urban population. Process in information analysis and consolidation. The following are the different processes of information consolidation. 1. Identifying user and user's needs. User constitute the most important element in all information consolidation activities, and perfect understanding of user's needs is a prerequisite for any successful IAC product. As a matter of fact, it is now well recognized that information systems and services fail if users' needs are not taken into account while designing these services. There are several methods available for user studies. Each method has some plus points and some limitations. It is observed that the centers which make detailed plan for user studies carefully and carry out the studies accordingly bring out the successful IAC product. The plan consists of following steps. 1. Surveying the previous studies and literature in general to know about all aspects of user studies. 2. Statement of the objectives of the study. 3. Determining the variable to be studied and models to be followed. 4. Selecting sample of the population to be studied. 5. Determining the method for collection of data such as surveying through questionnaire or interview, observation, analysis of previous records or experiments, etc. 6. Determining the method of data analysis. 7th. Determining the ways of presentation and utilization of results. 2. Selection of relevant information sources. Based on the information needs of the user, relevant information sources are selected. Information sources can be categorized into 1. Documentary sources, 2. Institutional sources, 3. Human sources and 4. Digital resources. Documentary sources are primary, secondary and tertiary sources, while primary and secondary sources contain information on a subject. Tertiary sources are used as an aid for selection of primary, secondary, institutional as well as human sources. Among documentary sources, advanced treatises from reputed institutions or publishers, primary peer-reviewed periodicals, ad hoc bibliographies, indexing and abstracting periodicals on the subject concerned, annual reviews or advances in particular subject series from reputed publishers should be selected for consolidation purposes. Publications like research reports, conference proceedings, etc. of the institutions actively engaged in research in that subject area should also be considered among the selection of sources. There is a wide range of digital information resources such as e-books, e-journals, databases, etc. Last but not the least, human resources, that is specialists in the subject concerned, should be identified for consultation purposes. Such specialists may provide information on the subject concerned which is not readily available from any other source. Persons involved in selection process are information specialists or librarians, experts in given subject area, or committees involving either one or both. 3. Evaluation of information. Evaluation involves judging the essential merit, validity and reliability of information contained in the sources selected for consolidation. Procedures for judging intrinsic values are examination of 1. Reviews and state-of-the-art publications on that topic to see if the selected sources are covered by them. 2. Refereeing and peer review to see if the selected sources have undergone refereeing and peer review process prior to publication, as it is the normal practice in the scholarly scientific publication. Third, citation indices, analysis of amount of citations received by the selected sources, which may be author, journal or institution. The above mentioned procedure can also be used for selection of relevant material for IAC product. Data provided by the given sources also should be examined for its validity and reliability. Besides the expert judgment or the general consensus, there are other procedures for data evaluation, such as 1. Comparison of data on the same aspect from different sources. 2. Testing of data, that is critical evaluation of data. Many information centers have come up that are concerned with testing the validity and reliability of S&T data. One such center is Center for Numerical Data Analysis and Synthesis, Peru University, USA. However, both these procedures are costly. 4. Analysis of information. Analysis of information involves following steps. 1. Study of total contents of the selected document or set of documents. 2. Identification and extraction of the most relevant information conveyed by them. 3. Assessment and verification of extracted information. 4. Selection of a scheme for organizing and systematizing information. 5. Sorting of extracted information into heading and subheading according to the table of contents, classification scheme, typology for the subject or mission. 5. Restructuring and repackaging. This is the very important step in the information dissemination. It is the process of rearrangement of physical media in which information has been presented and the content in which form it is presented, which is tailored to the requirements of a specific user. In other words, repackaging of information refers to the presentation of information in more understandable, readable, acceptable and usable forms. Different types of repackaged information products are available. Let's check some of the most common among them. 1. New letters and new announcements. 2. Pamphlets, brochures and question and answer sheets. 3. Monographs and technical reports. 4. Critical reviews, state-of-the-art report and handbook. 5. Technical guidebooks, how to use books. 6. Operations and maintenance manual, specifications and standards. 7. Recurring summaries of the advance in a topic, short textbooks. 8. Market report and industry research reports. 9. Statistical reports. 10. Radio or TV shows. 11. Comic strips. 12. Wall posters. 13. Lectures and tutorials. 14. Demonstrations and exhibitions. 15. Pre-recorded telephone message. 16. Video newsletter. 17. Audio-visual presentation. 18. SMS and MMS. 19. Email. 6. Dissemination and communication. The work of IAC Center will be completed only after the dissemination through appropriate channels to the target audience and its effective utilization by the user form the integral part of the whole information consolidation process. The Important channels for communication are: 1. Interpersonal delivery. The product is delivered personally to the users, either on request or in anticipation of demand. 2. Group personal delivery. The product is delivered to a whole group of users in a meeting or through a demonstration. 3rd. Strategic placement. The product is placed in locations frequently visited by the users to take notice of the pick it up and thereon. 4. Local depositories. The product is disseminated through local information centers and libraries. 5. Mass media. The product delivered or announced through mass media, newspapers, magazines, through broadcasting, that is radio or television. 6. Mail. The product is delivered through the direct or mass mailing. 7. Computer networks. The product is delivered through computer via telecommunication networks, online databases, electronic mail, or computer conferencing. Now let's familiar with some of the leading information analysis center in our country. National Institute of Science Communication and Information Resources, that is NISCAR. NISCAR, National Institute of Science Communication and Information Resource, came into existence on 30th September 2002 with the merger of National Institute of Science Communication, that is NISCOM, and Indian National Scientific Documentation Center, INSDOC. Both NISCOM and INSDOC, the two premier institutes of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, that is CSIR, were devoted to dissemination and documentation of S&T information. NISCAR is providing information services at the national level. The center publishes research periodicals and R&D newsletters, popular science magazines, abstract journals, state-of-the-art reports on specialized subjects, and popular science books. Some of the examples are as follows: research or peer-reviewed periodicals, 17 in number in different areas of S&T and information science. Abstracting periodicals: 1. Indian Science Abstracts, fortnightly. 2. Medicinal and aromatic plant abstracts, bi-monthly. R&D newsletter: 1. CSIR newsletter, fortnightly in English. 2. CSIR Samachar, monthly in Hindi. Popular science periodicals: 1. Science Reporter, monthly in English. 2. Vigyan Pragati, monthly in Hindi. Science Ki Duniya, quarterly in Urdu. Wealth of India, a raw material series, there is 11 volumes, 1 supplement. B. Industrial product series, there is 9 volumes. Wealth of India is, in true sense, information analysis and consolidation product. It is an encyclopedia on India's raw material resources covering plants, animals, and minerals. Each resource profile is a monographic representation beginning with correct nomenclature. The known names in vernacular gives brief description of areas of distribution in India, broad parameters of cultivation in case of plants, pathological problems in case of plants and animals, chemical constituents, products, utilization, production, consumption in case of minerals, and trade details. Bharat Ki Sampada, an encyclopedia in Hindi on Indian raw materials based on flora, fauna, and minerals. Publication is in 17 volumes and 2 supplements. State of the art publications. Published over 20 state-of-the-art publications on specialized subjects such as advances in nanoscience and nanotechnology, and some popular series like Mango in India, Groundnut in India, Citrus in India, Useful Plants in India. Indian Council of Agricultural Research, ICAR. The Indian Council of Agricultural Research is an autonomous organization under the Department of Agricultural Research and Education, that is DARE, Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India, formerly known as Imperial Council of Agricultural Research. It was established on 16th July 1929. The Council supports study and research in agricultural science including agriculture, horticulture, animal science, agricultural engineering, fisheries and home sciences. The Council coordinates agricultural R&D program and develops linkages at national and international level with related organizations to enhance the quality of life of the farmers. ICAR has established various research centers to meet the agricultural research and education needs of the country. It has set up 38 state agricultural universities, SAUs, spanning the entire country for teaching, research and extension activities. The Technology Intervention Program of ICAR is integral part of the ICAR's agenda, which establishes Krishi Vigyan Kendras, KVKs, for training, research and demonstration of improved technologies to farmers. Agricultural Extension Division of ICAR has a mandate to take the technology developed at various agricultural research center to the people at grassroots level, that is farmers. For that it provides 1. Vocational training to the farmers, 2. Train extension personnel to update their knowledge and skill, 3. Provides single window delivery system of technology, products, services and information through Agricultural Technology Information Center, and 4. Through Institute Village Linkage Program. ICAR brings out following publications: Indian Journal of Animal Sciences monthly, Indian Journal of Agricultural Sciences monthly, Indian Horticulture quarterly, Indian Farming monthly in English, Fal Fool quarterly in Hindi, Kheti monthly in Hindi, ICAR News monthly, ICAR Reporter quarterly, Handbook of Agriculture, Handbook of Animal Husbandry, Handbook of Horticulture, Handbook of Plant Tissue Culture, Handbook of Rock Gardening on the Hill, etc. Let me summarize this session. Consolidation and repackaging of information is one of the most useful methods used by not only library and information center but also business organizations and companies for effective communication of information to its targeted audience. The recent developments of ICT have also been utilized for this purpose. Thus, the potential value of the information has been utilized for problem solving, decision making and national development. Now, you can try to answer the question given here. 1. What are the ICT based information products? 2. Define information consolidation. 3. What is information repackaging? 4. What are the different steps in information analysis? 5. Try to find out any international organization and its information, consolidation products and services. Hope that you may go through these books for further reference. Information Consolidation and Repackaging, written by Sitarama S. in 1997, published by SS Publishers, New Delhi. Textbook of Information, written by Kawatra in 2000, published by APH Publishers, New Delhi. A Course in Information Consolidation, a handbook for education and training in analysis, synthesis and repackaging of information, published by UNESCO in 1986. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Have a nice day.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have Professor Rudrajyoti Pallit from Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai with us. Welcome to this program.
Thank you, Vinod.
Pallit is one of the active collaborator of the FAIR project in India, and can you tell us briefly about the FAIR project to us?
Yeah. So, FAIR stands for Facility for Antiproton and Ion Research. It's one of the mega science projects in Europe, and it will come online in 2020, and it's a international collaboration between different research institutes and universities across the world. It has one very powerful accelerator which will provide exotic isotopes and antiprotons for basic research. It has 4 science pillars. One is nuclear structure and reactions for astrophysics experiments. This is called New Star experiment. The other one is compressed baryonic matter research. The third one is PANDA experiments, which is for proton and antiproton research. The fourth one is APPA experiment. It is an experiment to study atomic physics of relativistic atoms and applied physics. And many countries are involved in this mega project.
Okay.
In brief, the project aims to study the nuclear matter and the evolution of the universe.
Okay. What type of exotic nuclei? Can you elaborate on that thing? What type of exotic nuclei you will study with this project?
So, you know, isotopes, there are different type of isotopes can be possible, and one of the a given chemical element can have different type of isotopes depending upon its mass number. Suppose you look for the carbon, which has a major part in a human body, can come in the form of 12 carbon or 14 carbon. 12 carbon has 6 protons and 6 neutrons, while 14 carbon has 6 protons and 8 neutrons. The chemical properties of 12 carbon and 14 carbon are similar, however, their physical properties of 14 are different. Namely, 14 carbon is radioactive and 12 carbon is stable. You know, the 14 carbon is used for dating purposes, and which is used to find out the lifetime of organic material, and 12 carbon is stable. Interestingly, the facility like FAIR can produce like heavier carbon isotopes, say 22 carbon or so, where you have 6 protons and you have 16 neutrons. So it has 10 additional neutrons than the stable isotope, which is 12 carbon. And study of these isotopes are interesting from basic science point of view.
Why these isotopes are interesting for the mankind? What you produce in this pair, these isotopes you talked about, how they are important for the mankind.
So, the FAIR facility is a very ambitious project to produce wide variety of isotopes from lighter to heavier elements. Understanding these isotopes is an intellectual challenge, and measurement of the different properties of these exotic isotopes will provide us new insight about the nuclear forces. Some of the isotopes they will play a crucial role in understanding the puzzle of production of elements, chemical elements in the universe. Because these isotopes are expected are believed to be produced in stars during certain astrophysical processes, and their decay properties are essential to know about the elemental abundances. Like in our solar system, we have now hydrogens are getting fused to produce heliums, and as time will pass, the heavier elements up to iron will be produced by fusion reaction. But what happens, or how do you produce heavier elements which are heavier than iron, remains a puzzle, and it is believed that the heavier elements are produced during supernova explosion, which is followed by death of massive stars. So therefore, the interest in studying this isotope is of is interesting from basic research to understand the elemental abundances.
Okay. So to solve this puzzle, what type of experiments are planned or you propose to study or to solve the puzzle?
See, the experiments, as I told you, that elements heavier than irons, neutron-rich isotopes of these elements, they play a role in understanding the abundance of the element in the solar system. Now you have to measure their decay properties, as well as you have to measure their cross sections, capture cross sections with neutrons, and experimentally you need to produce these isotopes which are short lived and measure their different properties using collision experiments, and then try to understand how these properties, they change when you go to more and more heavier neutron rich isotopes.
How do you get to measure these properties?
So first of all, we need to produce these isotopes in experiment using nuclear reactions involving stable isotopes from the accelerator. Then we need to identify these isotopes. The challenge is that these isotopes, most of the isotopes are very short-lived, and during that small time span you need to identify these isotopes. Then we need to do collision experiments or study their decay properties, and in that process we have to measure the light. In case of nucleus, it is the gamma radiations coming from the nucleus, or the other type of radiations like proton or alpha, and neutrons. From there we will be able to study the various properties of these isotopes, and you need sophisticated detection systems and instrumentation to measure the different properties of these isotopes.
Do you expect some surprises?
Yeah, as like any other basic research project, this project is extremely ambitious and has a lot of potential for new discoveries. One of the aspect of the nuclear system is that it is a very complex quantum system, and understanding in detail its structure and the dynamics, what happens inside the nucleus, remains a challenge. The existing effective nuclear forces are not understood completely, and therefore the state of the art nuclear models have difficulties in explaining very neutron rich or neutron deficient isotopes properties. So nuclear science is mostly a experimental science, where the experimental measurements, they guide the theory, and it improves the predictive power of the nuclear theory. So one of the aspects of exotic isotopes is that the nucleon force, the effective force, can become simplified when you go to certain very exotic isotopes, and measuring their properties can help in improving certain aspect of the nuclear force. One of the aspect of the surprising research potential of the field is that you can have very different properties, exotic modes of nuclei compared to what you see in case of stable nuclei. One of the example is if you look for an isotope which is stable, say lithium, which is 6 and 7, and then if you keep on adding neutrons to 7 lithium, then you can produce 8 lithium and the heavier lithiums isotopes. And what has been observed, that in case of 11 lithium, which is 4 neutrons more than the stable isotope of 7 lithium, has a size which is that of 208 lead. So this type of interesting aspect that suddenly the nucleus can have a very diffuse matter distribution can give rise to new type of interactions, and you can study the nuclear forces in a medium where the density is much smaller, and that can give rise to sometimes a clustering of nuclei, clustering of nucleons, and it can also give rise to a new form of residual interactions, and that can have a different impact on the other properties of nucleus. We can also study the properties of equation of state of nuclear matter at low density. Then another aspect of low energy nuclear physics with the type of facilities like FAIR will be the study of the magic numbers. We know that nuclei with certain number of neutrons and protons are more bound because of the magic numbers, which is predicted by the cell model. And now what has been observed, that if you see do the measurements for neutron rich isotopes, you find out that these magic numbers change, and though the cell model has been used to explain the properties of nuclei, and it has lot of success stories, now we are seeing that this aspect, the major aspect of the cell model, which is the magic number, that is also changing when you go for neutron rich nuclei or nuclei away from line of stability, and this type of things will change our basic understanding of nuclear physics. The another aspect which is of interest is to find out the limits of stability of nuclei. Right now we know the limits for isotopes up to oxygen, mainly the neutron drip line and the proton drip line. However, the heavier isotopes, the drip lines are not understood and we don't know, and facilities like FAIR can give us idea about the drip lines, neutron drip line and proton drip line up to Z equal to 25. So first I should also explain that what is drip line. For neutron drip line is for a given isotope is a limit at which the neutron separation energy becomes 0, and you can have for a given number of proton, you cannot keep on adding the number of neutrons. As you keep on adding the number of neutrons, the binding energy will reduce, and beyond a point the binding energy will become 0, and that defines the limit of stability for the neutron rich isotope. And the FAIR will be able to produce or will be able to help us identifying this drip line for isotopes up to Z equal to 25. Another aspect which is useful for the basic nuclear physics is the super heavy elements. We know that heavier elements beyond mass Z equal to 110 people are produced, but their lifetimes are much smaller, and theoretical models predicts that at a heavier Z around 126 you can have elements which have more stability compared to the intermediate isotopes. So that is this type of isotopes, if one can produce, will help us understanding the stability of heavy nuclei, and all this type of research will be possible with FAIR.
Yeah, can I ask about Indian contribution to this project?
Yeah, so India is one of the major partner in the development of this FAIR facility, and India groups have contributed in development of crucial components of the accelerators, and the research groups are involved in performing experiments, designing of detectors, and testing of these detectors for this facility. There are mainly in two experiments where India is heavily involved. One is New Star experiment, the other one is CBM experiment. There are also interest in APPA and PANDA experiments from different groups. Within India, more than 20 institutes and universities are involved in the New Star experiment in studying the properties of exotic isotopes, and the compressed baryonic experiment where people will like to measure the properties at high density, and there around again 20 universities and institutes are involved, and they are developing certain detector systems for the CBM experiment.
What about the research group involved, and how many students are involved in India? Or can you tell me more about?
So, as I told you that for New Star experiments, around 15 universities are involved, and from 15 universities around 25 faculty members and around 25 PhD students are involved in the R&D required for development of the detectors for the New Star experiments, and planning and simulation of these experiments. To train these students, we recently have organized a school in Calicut University, where we are giving training to the PhD students on the different type of physics which can be performed at FAIR, as well as the experimental challenges which we need to tackle while doing this experiment, and different type of detectors which will be used or which we are planning to build. We are discussing all these issues in this school, and in the school there are faculties from Indian universities and institutes, and many students are also involved in the R&D projects which is going on in the Indian institutes related with the FAIR project, and some of them also visit FAIR labs to participate in the R&D aspect of the experiment. They also attend the international FAIR schools and also participate in experiments where the testing of the equipment for the New Star is going on.
So, what are the impacts of this study for the society?
Yeah, actually it's the different type of experimental techniques and the detectors which are used in new star experiments, they can be like fine-tuned for different applications. One of the applications where the detectors can be used readily is for nuclear imaging. As you know that the detectors which are planned at new star experiment, they can find out the position of radioactive sources within half a millimeter resolution. Okay. So you can use this type of high resolution, high sensitive detectors for finding out the radioactive traces which is injected in the nuclear medicine, and one can do a highly improved imaging capability so that the diagnostic tools sensitivity can be improved. The other application of nuclear techniques is the production of different type of isotopes which are used in nuclear medicine. One can try to see for new variety of isotopes, and then the other techniques of accelerator which is used for in medical science is the heavy ion based therapy for cancer treatment. Also the type of detectors which are used, they can be modified for homeland security purposes.
Thank you very much for to be in this interface. Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome to this class on art history. We will be dealing with a very significant modern art movement in this session, Cubism. Naturally, our first question will be, what is Cubism and how it has changed the course of art history? Cubism is a highly influential modern art movement. It is considered by some art historians as the first abstract movement in the history of art. There is a controversy regarding this attribution, and some historians consider the Blue Rider group to be the first pure abstract art movement. But there is no dispute about the fact that the Cubist painters created a radically new pictorial language which shifted the way how the world is represented on a flat pictorial surface. It altered the way space and time were conceived in a painting. Since Renaissance period, artists were using linear perspective to create illusionist naturalism on the picture plane. Even modern art movements like Realism and Impressionism were using the same perspective principles developed during the Renaissance. Cubism proposed a new approach to reality. It challenged the single observer position required by the linear perspective system. Later in the session, we will go deeper into how it was achieved. Cubism originated in Paris, France during early 20th century, to be precise between 1907 to 1914. As we are aware, the second half of 19th century and the beginning of 20th century were very productive in many fields including science, technology and art. Great art movements like Impressionism, Post-Impressionism and Fauvism innovated new ways of seeing. Einstein formulated his theory of relativity in 1906. our experience of time, which is thought to be absolute, was questioned. Realms which may exist beyond third dimension were scientifically approved. Objects were taken to the laboratory, segmented and analyzed. This was also the prime period of colonization. Art and culture of colonized nations from Africa and Asia were imported to Europe. They were also analyzed and adapted. It is in this context that we should understand a Cubist artwork. The major painters of the movement were Georges Braque, Pablo Picasso and Joan Gris. There are many other painters and sculptors who contributed significantly to the movement, but it was Braque and Picasso who developed the pictorial language of Cubism and thus considered as the inventors of Cubism. Some art historians consider the painting Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, the Ladies of Avignon, to be the first Cubist artwork. The work is attributed with the date of 1907. Though many artists, friends and studio visitors have seen the work being done in Picasso's studio, it was available for public viewing only at an exhibition in 1916. Many historians consider Georges Braque to have evolved the Cubist language from the formal experiments of the post-impressionist painter Cézanne. In 1907, Braque visited Picasso's studio during the creation of Les Demoiselles d'Avignon. During this period, Braque has painted numerous landscapes of L'Estaque, a harbor. Painted during the summer of 1908, Les Viaducs et L'Estaque bears stylistic similarity to Cézanne's landscape, from which Braque evolved his sound painting style. This painting was exhibited in Paris in Daniel Henry Canviller Gallery in the autumn of 1908, and the art critic Louis Vauxelles wrote in his review that Braque's painting is composed of little cubes. He was actually echoing a remark made by Matisse. Cubism as a term was adapted by the media to describe the new style of painting. The foreword to the catalogue was written by Guillaume Apollinaire, the famous poet and a friend of Braque. Cézanne's experiments with structure and form made a significant impact on both Picasso and Braque. The objects in Cézanne's works, whether it is a still life or a landscape, show a sense of solidity. But at the same time, he has abandoned the traditional method of paint layering to produce smooth blends of form. Even a round object like an apple is painted with repeated oblique strokes without blending of the color layers. He was also using multiple perspectives in a single work. Cubists freely adapted and extended the formal experiments of Cézanne. Cézanne passed away in 1906, and there were major exhibitions of his work in Paris during 1906 and 1907. Picasso and Braque visited the exhibitions, and the impact is felt in their later works. Another influence on Cubism was primitive art. The interest in primitive art was apparent even in the work of the great French Romantic painter Delacroix. It continued to be visible in the works of post-impressionists like Paul Gauguin. Fair painters, especially Matisse and Derain, were admirers of African art. They even collected African sculpture. Some parts of Africa were colonized and under the rule of France at the period, so it was only natural that the artists became familiar with the art of the continent. African sculpture used simplet form. It reduced the number of planes in the form to a minimum. Form was distorted and new forms invented to enhance symbolic meaning. Picasso adapted and integrated these elements into Cubism. Though he didn't understand the belief system and symbolism of these works, he was successful in integrating the form. The forms found in some early Cubist works were experiments based on African masks. Sculptures from the old Roman province of Iberia also had influence on Cubism form. Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avignon is a prime example of these influences. Cubist painters like Braque and Picasso were very successful in transforming the influences into substantial achievement. The characteristic feature of Cubist style is a deconstruction of forms into planar shapes. The forms are disassembled and then reconstructed using geometric planes. In some paintings, the fragmentation of the form is so extreme that it becomes difficult to recognize the represented subject. The theory of relativity questioned the linear existence of time. It became theoretically possible that many dimensions exist. Time may be considered as another dimension. An observer is not a passive person who gazes from a single point of view, but he moves in relation to the other object. One important feature of Cubism, usage of multiple perspective, is related to this idea. The fourth dimension of time is represented by the deconstruction and assemblage of the form of a single object seen from multiple angles. Thus, if we observe intently a Cubist work, there is a possibility that the object may be recognized as visible from many angles. The major stylistic features of Cubism are simultaneity of multiple views, the overlapping and the interpenetration of planes, and synthesis of new forms. Some Cubist works even use fragments to form objects like printed paper pasted upon the canvas surface. Cubism's most fruitful experiments spanned between 1907 and 1914. Its aesthetic continued till 1930s. Art historians divided the stylistic development of Cubism into three stages. First phase is primitive Cubism, second stage is analytical Cubism, and the third phase, synthetic Cubism. Primitive Cubism is placed around 1907 to 1908. Primitive Cubism is not fully formalistic in approach. An element of expressionistic emotion is visible in the style. It has a primitive vitality in the way form is rendered. Simplification of form is there, but rather than the division of forms to planes, a reduction towards primary forms like cube is aimed at. This is especially visible in the early landscapes of Braque. The early phase of Cubism is sometimes referred to as Cézannism. Analytical Cubism from 1909 to 1012 is considered to be a peak point of Cubist style. Object being represented is broken and difficult to be recognized. The image looks like broken pieces assembled together on a picture plane. Color is very limited, tending towards monochrome. Most analytical Cubist works use variations of brown and light yellow. This phase of Cubism is the easiest to visually recognize. The most complex period of analytic Cubism is described as Hermetic Cubism. It is almost impossible to reconstruct the represented object at this stage. The third phase from 1012 to 1914 was the synthetic Cubist period. During analytical Cubist period, the images become mechanical and over-stylized, thus becoming impersonal. Curved lines are avoided if possible. Synthetic Cubism was thus a reversal of aims. Vibrant color schemes were used in synthetic Cubist period. The planar division was not strictly followed. Curved lines are used freely. The emphasis shifted from scientific analysis of form to poetic usage of form. Cubist stylistic features like multiple perspective is used poetically rather than mechanically. Most importantly, a new concept of synthesis was introduced. In analytic cubist phase, the object was disassembled and reconstructed. In synthetic cubism, the image was synthesized freely. It was not a reconstruction but a synthesized structure. The sense of three-dimensional space is almost totally disappeared. In some works of synthetic cubism, Braque and Picasso used collage elements to construct the image. They pasted colored and printed paper and other material over the canvas. Texture elements are also introduced. Picasso's bowl of fruit and Braque's bottle, newspaper, pipe and glass are in synthetic style. Cubist paintings created after 1915 are categorized as belonging to late Cubism. Though there is a markable division between these phases, they sometimes overlap. Features of different phases overlap and sometimes appear in earlier or later works. The words analytic and synthetic come from Daniel Henry Canwiller's book The Rise of Cubism, published in 1920. Canwiller was an art dealer of Picasso and Braque. Because Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque were under contract with Canwiller's art gallery, they were referred as the Gallery Cubist. There were another group of cubists who exhibited in official salons and thus were referred as salon cubists. Joan Gris and Leger belonged to the second category. Portrait of Daniel Henry Canwiller, Paris Autumn-Winter in 1910. The portrait of Canwiller was painted based on a photograph Picasso had taken of his friend and dealer M. Canwiller. It also took about 20 sittings of the model. It is stated that the subject is made identifiable by the retention or introduction of keys or signs within the looser, more generalized structure of the figure. Accordionist, 1911, Pablo Picasso. Compare this image with the next one. It was painted in 1906 by Picasso. Picasso's portrait of the famous art collector was begun in 1905 at the end of his Harlequin period and before he took up Cubism. One can see the influence of Iberian sculpture and African masque in this work. Gertrude Stein in 1905 to 1906, Pablo Picasso, Spanish, in 1881 to 1973, oil on canvas. Picasso says that this image of the weeping woman is based on his close collaborator Dora Maar. He claims that this is a study of how much pain can be communicated by a human face. It is the features of a specific person, Dora Maar, whom Picasso described as always weeping. This belongs to a later period in Picasso's career when he was reaching to politics and war. This painting belongs to a series of works that Picasso made in protest of Guernica's bombing. Though Braque and Picasso were considered as the inventors of the style, there were other artists who made significant contribution to the development of the Cubist style. Joan Gris is one among them. He began to closely associate with Braque and Picasso during 1911. His works show a distinctive quality. I will show you an analytic Cubist painting done by Joan Gris. It is a portrait of Picasso. It was painted in 1912. It is significant because this is an early Cubist painting done by a painter other than Picasso or Braque. His early works are in the analytic Cubist style, but after 1913 he began to develop a visual style based on synthetic Cubism. He also began to explain the theory behind synthetic cubism through his writings. While comparing his style to Cézanne, he explained that Cézanne was reducing natural forms to abstraction while he is synthesizing his objects from abstraction. He used the technique of paper collage extensively. French artist Fernand Léger is credited with extending the Cubist style. His painting Contrast of Forms in 1913 is considered to be an interesting Cubist experiment. In the series, he uses cylindrical, cubic and planar units. He uses negative space efficiently and light and shade is suggested. In this series, he used white to mark the spaces between colors, suggesting extra volume. Léger was able to develop a unique Cubist style which shows movement and activity. He is sometimes referred to as the Tubist rather than a Cubist painter because he used a cylindrical unit. He was ideologically linked to the common man. In his later paintings, he tried to integrate formal stylistic experiments still representing social life of common folk. His paintings were closer to the pure abstraction than many of his Cubist contemporaries. He wanted to paint the images of new technology and machinery and humans in motion. Robert Delaunay is also considered to be a significant painter associated with Cubism. He was the co-founder of Orphism or Orphic Cubism. Orphism is a term coined by the French poet Guylaine Apollinaire in 1912 while referring the paintings of Kupka. Orphism gave more importance to color and lyrical abstraction. Jean Metzinger is an important artist to the history of Cubism. He was involved with Cubism both as an artist and principal theorist of the movement. In 1912, he and Albert Gleizes wrote the first major treatise on Cubism, De Cubism. Cubism was not limited to painting. Many sculptures were involved with the movement. Noted figures are Raymond de Champ-Villon, Alexander Archipenko, Jacques Lipchitz, so on. Picasso had also fiddling with Cubist sculpture. Paper collage is a painting technique and type of collage. With paper collage, the artist pastes pieces of flat material, paper, oil and cloth into a painting. George Braque produced the first Cubism works which involved mixed media. He developed paper collage and paper collage and used shreds of mixed media to produce the effect of actual paint layered on the canvas. Paint was added in addition to other media but still maintained multiple planes and multiple viewpoints in these works of art. Cubists employed methods like paper collage, paper collage widely during the synthetic Cubist phase. With paper collage, the artist pastes pieces of flat material, paper, oil and cloth into a painting. It was George Braque, who had a background in commercial house painting, who began to employ images from print media. He used mixed media laid on canvas. Picasso experimented further and created significant works like the still life with chair canning. Cubists, through their experiments, began to question the difference of low art and high art. These questions were later taken up by movements like pop art. Cubism was very influential in the development of several other modern art movements. Cubism influenced Orphism, Purism, Italian Futurism during 1909 and 1914, and Vorticism during 1914 to 15, and English movement Rayonism during 1912 to 14, Suprematism during 1913 to 18, Constructivism during 1919 to 32. Cubism also influenced Dada and German New Objectivity group. It had wide-reaching impact in the field of design and architecture. I hope learning art history will widen your understanding of art and help you enter and explore areas of your own creative faculty. It's time we conclude this session on Cubism. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the session on approaches to counseling. Introduction. The primary goal of counseling is to help the counselee grow toward maturity. If we follow this definition, we can see that the concept of maturity is very significant and substantial factor that plays a key role in this understanding of counseling. But what is maturity? The definition of maturity varies with the approaches to counseling. The methods and ways of achieving this goal too vary with approaches. Theories of learning and theories of personality greatly influence theories of counseling. Counseling is an in-depth psychological service which demands understanding and expertise in the area of general psychological functioning of a person to function effectively as a counselor. A trained professional possesses with him familiarity with different approaches to counseling and must follow one approach in understanding and interpreting the counseling situation. So discussion around the different available approaches is necessary to understand the complexities and limitations involved in the counseling process. This chapter tries to dwell deep into the theoretical and conceptual base of different approaches to counseling. It also tries to come up with a brief discussion around the strength and weakness of counseling. The major approaches discussed in this chapter include psychodynamic approaches, client-centered approach, and cognitive behavior approach. It also stresses the need for an eclectic approach towards counseling. Psychodynamic therapies. Psychodynamic therapies draw their conceptual resources from psychoanalysis and generally treat human psyche as a dynamic entity. Psychoanalysis is largely an outgrowth of the work of Sigmund Freud. There are many branches of psychoanalysis such as classical Freudian psychoanalysis and neo-Freudian psychoanalysis, etc. The neo-Freudian have tried to reformulate some of the foundational concepts of classic psychoanalysis. An in-depth discussion of psychoanalysis is beyond the scope of this chapter. What is attempted here is a broad outlay of the basic concepts of psychoanalysis and their importance in counseling setting. Psychoanalysis functions with a tripartite divisions of mind where id, ego and superego are present. The dynamism of mind can be attributed libidinal energy flows which have conscious and unconscious manifestation. There are two major drives in human beings, life drive eros and death drive thanatos. The individual grows up through resolving the developmental task of different psychosexual stages of development. The failures in the successful resolution of early childhood crisis or trauma can result in maladjusted behavior. So, in order to understand the current behavior, one should go deep into the individual's past. In the psychoanalytic approach, behavior is explained as per the early childhood experiences and their effects on the personality. The prominence given to early childhood experiences and deep psychic mechanism make psychoanalytical approaches depth approaches. In other words, a counselor who bases his procedures on depth psychology is the one who considers responses not as they seem but rather as indications or manifestations of some inner structure of experience, a structure formed by early experience. In a counseling setup, a psychologist who wishes to follow psychoanalytical understanding of behavior will look not for direct behavior but for indirect or apparent behavior. So the techniques employed by depth psychologists do differ. They employ methods and techniques that are capable of eliciting responses that are capable of revealing unconscious impulses and motivation patterns. The most popular example would be projective techniques. These techniques use the defense mechanism of projection to understand the unconscious impulses underlying an outward behavior. In this technique, a series of vague stimuli are presented to elicit responses and it is later analyzed. Rorschach ink blot test and MMPI, Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, are examples of projective techniques and they are used extensively in counseling situations. The proponents of depth psychology focus their attention upon observation and analysis of not of overt behavior but of factors that are assumed to be underlying this behavior. This view has contributed significantly to look at human behavior as inherently uncanny. Through breaking down the barriers of normal and abnormal behaviors, this view helps the therapist from not using debilitating labels and pathologizing language in the counseling setup. Psychoanalytical concepts are foundational in any counseling situation and they exert long-lasting influence too. Client-centered therapy. Client-centered therapy is born out of humanistic impulse within psychology. Humanistic psychology comes into existence as a response to two dominant streams within psychology, namely psychoanalysis and behaviorism. Humanistic psychology argues that psychoanalytic view of human beings is faulty for its excessive attention on the pathological and abnormal behavior. Psychoanalysis is also critiqued for its overemphasis on early childhood experiences. Humanistic psychology treats this as a deterministic view of humans where the opportunity for growth is so limited. Behaviorism, on the other hand, places a great emphasis on the environment. In behaviorism, the attempt is to explain human behavior in terms of stimulus-response chains. It does not give space to inner mechanism or indirect motivation as in psychoanalysis. Humanistic psychology came into existence as an attempt to find a middle path to both these strands of theories. The main proponents of humanistic psychology are Carl Rogers and Abraham Maslow. Maslow's hierarchy of needs and self-actualization principle, along with Rogers' non-directive therapy, gave humanistic psychology a comprehensive theoretical framework. Client-centered therapy is treated as non-directive therapy. This therapy insists upon the full expression of the individual. Such an approach, by its very nature, assumes that the person with problems is genuinely seeking way to help himself. Here the primary obligation of the counselor is to augment means for this self-help. The counselor is a facilitating agent or a catalyst causing a change on the part of the client but not entering into this change in the orthodox counseling sense. According to Rogers, the counselor proceeds on the belief that the person he is attempting to help is basically responsible for himself and further is willing to accept this responsibility. One of 6 conditions of counseling in this scheme is that the counselor should rely upon the drive of the client to be mature, productive, independent and well adjusted and not upon his own powers of therapy. Counselor must be able to enter into an intensely personal and subjective relationship with the client. The counselor should be able to appreciate client's worth and empathize with him. Client-centered therapy assumes that individual, no matter how maladjusted he may become, possesses a strong drive to become mature and socially adjusted. As per this view, human beings are equilibrium-seeking creatures who are in an environment of chaos. Another feature of this technique is that the counselor is obliged to set up a warm and permissive atmosphere in which the individual is made to feel free to bring out any of these problems which have upset him. In non-directive therapy, an attempt is made to limit the problem blaming and interpretation to a minimum. The counselor does not lead the client's conversation in any direction. Rather, he or she will observe the direction in which it unfolds. The counselor reflects the feelings and thought content expressed by the client. Client-centered therapy has made several contributions to counseling and psychotherapy. They have presented a new attitude in the counseling relationship, they have clarified the process, and they have developed research procedures for critical analysis of counseling and psychotherapy. The major contributions of client-centered therapy are as follows. The concept of creating an emotional climate of warmth, permissiveness and acceptance has been clarified by Rogers. This mental hygiene process emphasizes the importance of the counselor's attitudes and skills in being acceptant of the feelings and thoughts of the client, with feelings being more significant. Respect for the growth potential of each client is paramount. The process of learning as modification of behavior has been better described by Rogers. The client usually expresses negative responses, and when he finds them as negative and accepts them as negative, he moves to ambivalence and then positive in attitude and planning for a more mature pattern of living. Rogers also is the pioneer in phonographically recording the counseling interview. This and other devices have brought scientific devices into the art of counseling. In other words, they have extended the repertoire of techniques and tools available for clinical inquiry. Clinical counseling. In contrast to non-directive approach of client-centered therapy, the clinical counseling methods are directive in nature. They are also called trait and factor-centered approach. As per this approach, there are 6 steps in the counseling process. They are: analysis of data concerning counseling. To collect this data, this approach uses many devices such as structured interviews and other tools. The attempt will be to collect maximum amount of information regarding the client or the counselee in a single interaction. Synthesizing the data so as to reveal strength and weakness of the personality. Here the analysis employs widely accepted classificatory manuals to evaluate and understand large quantity of data to meaningful patterns. The most popular classificatory manuals are DSM and ICD classificatory manuals. They come with extensive descriptions of disorders and their symptoms. Diagnosis of the problem by the clinician. Here, clinician makes use of the above mentioned manuals to arrive at a consensus over diagnosis. Along with the diagnosis comes the prognosis of a disorder. Prognosis or prediction by the clinician of the future development of the problem is a crucial step defining the intervention plan. Counseling to improve the counselor's adjustment. The diagnosis and prognosis together gives the clinician a concrete picture of the situation. The counseling process is initiated as per the classification of disorder. If the person's classificatory label indicates severe maladjustment, intervention includes remedial measures. Every clinical program consists of a proper follow-up program too. These follow-up sessions are intended to further assist counseling and helps to keep a check and balance on the counseling process. As indicated by the above steps, this approach is in reality an application of the scientific methodology. Greater emphasis is placed upon the skill diagnosis by the counselor, who to do so must have professional training and supervised experience. In contrast with non-directive procedures, the clinical counselor makes greater use of persuasion of the counselee to accept a recommendation. In addition, manipulation of environment such as changing classrooms of certain pupils is more frequently used. Both counseling approaches, however, recognize that the counselee must move towards self-direction. This approach has been severely criticized for the strong labels it generates. The labels can lead to stigmatization and can literally interfere with a person's social and emotional functioning. Several significant contributions also have been and are being made by this approach. The training of qualified counselors has been investigated with specific recommendation for professionalization of counselor function. Research and subsequent reporting by this group have added greatly to the literature in this field, especially in the areas of testing and other measurements and diagnostic tools have contributions been made. Another area of fruitful research has been in the area of follow-up of the student and his improved adjustment as the evidence of a good counseling. A basic approach to traditional educational vocational planning and adjustment has been laid, the parts of which other approach have used as points of agreement or as points of departure. Its emphasis, however, has been on a logical or scientific rather than an emotional approach to choice of curriculum or corruption. An eclectic approach to counseling. The initial controversy in the field of counseling has been over the efficacy of directive and non-directive approaches. Now such controversies gave way to the recognition of the contribution of each in a developing field. The recent attempts are to tap the full potential of counseling services. Erik Erikson states that a good counselor needs to know and be able to use all methods to shift gears from one method to another, to use the tools which best fit his competencies, to continuously improve himself and to adapt the counseling interview and process to the needs of the situation. There are many popular misconceptions regarding eclectic counseling. The most prominent among them treats an eclectic approach as a process in which you pick and choose from the desired elements from many different theories or systems and fuse them together into a composite of greater worth than any of the elements. But in practice, one can see that such an approach cannot generate a meaningful process to which people could relate to. Logicians points out that the result is usually not synthesized, organized and internally consistent theory, but a strange mixture. To avoid this possibility, it is incumbent upon any theoretical approach to present a methodology which gives each counselee a feeling of consistency and stability. This means reconciliation of divergent points and a coherent pattern and approach must emerge. As we analyze the counseling process further, we may recognize that the minimum elements included are the counselee and his or her needs to be understood by self and counselor, the counselor and his probable role, a situation requiring information or assistance which brought the counselee and counselors together. If it is accepted that the counselee is the most important element, then he and his personality becomes the most important determinant of counseling process. This process should help him develop his strength to be self-directive. If the counselor is flexible and sufficiently well skilled in the different counseling approaches, he will be able to adapt to the needs and values of the counselee in a particular social setting. It is on this basis that an eclectic approach seems reasonable. This implies, however, that rigid individuals or emotional people who are not empathetic and not intelligent enough to understand and accept the ramifications and realities of a counseling situation will not be able to serve as counselors. The counselor who pushes a particular approach and boasts the effectiveness of that particular approach is blindfolded and will not be able to see the merits of an eclectic approach. Such rigid people are not capable of practicing an eclectic approach to counseling. A counselor who does not have the awareness of his own counseling skills might not be able to tweak them as per the needs of the counselee. In a nutshell, we can see that generating an eclectic approach is a highly demanding task both intellectually and emotionally. The strengths and weaknesses of this particular approach too have brought under research lens. Studies have shown that the eclectic approach can be very effective in certain situations where the situation involves multiple and contending issues. Each approach provides a unique vantage point from which to look at the problem. These vantage points in a way selectively illuminate the different aspects of the problem. If we are using psychoanalytical approach, the focus will be on early childhood experiences. If it is behaviorist therapy, the focus will be on the immediate environment and stimulus-response situations. The selective perception provided by each of these approaches is capable of generating a comprehensive picture of the situation which needs a therapeutic intervention. An eclectic approach, on the other hand, looks at the different aspects that can act as origin of behavior and helps not producing a perception of the situation which is skewed to a particular direction. This holistic picture can always result in better care and cure. It will push the practitioner in adopting a balanced view and thus avoid the chances of subjective bias entering into clinical caregiving. But the weakness of this approach, as mentioned in some studies, points out the fact that an eclectic approach can be very weak in generating in-depth interventions. Let us summarize the major points in this session. Counseling is an in-depth psychological service which demands understanding and expertise in the area of general psychological functioning of a person to function effectively as a counselor. The methods and goals of counseling vary with the variations in the approach to counseling. A trained professional possesses within familiarity with different approaches to the counseling and must following one approach in understanding and interpreting the counseling situation. The major approaches to counseling includes psychodynamic approach, client-centered approach, and clinical approach. A detailed discussion of these different approaches foregrounds the need for an eclectic approach. Now you can try to answer the questions given here. What is the need to understand the different approaches to counseling? What is the importance of past or childhood in psychodynamic approach to counseling? Why client-centered approach to counseling has that name? What is clinical approach to counseling? What is the need for eclectic approach to counseling? For further reading and understanding, you can go through these books. Guidance in Today's School by Mortson, G. Donald and Skimler Allen, M. 1962, published by John Wiley and Sons, New York. Guidance in Classroom by Strength Ruth and Morris Glynn, 1964, published by Collier and Macmillan Limited, London. Thank you for watching this program. Hope that we can meet again with another topic. Till then, take care.